Good morning, good morning. I'm getting the hang of this. Don't you worry. All right. So I've got to remove this and add this. All right, let's go. Let's just jump right into it. Hope you had a good night's rest. We're heading into Friday. With that being said, in your journal, I do have the free journal in my Discord. If you want to go ahead and send an invite, so you can follow along with me. So we always start off with the date. And as we're writing the date, today is June 26, 626. It's Friday. So Fridays, institutions like to get in and out. Boom. So there's that. Now we're going to just chart out. I already took a look at SPY. SPY looks pretty good in terms of looking at puts. Speaking of which, so even just now we had a 6 o'clock entry for the 30-minute for puts. So we're gonna wait for confirmation on the lower time frame when the market opens for puts to the downside. Okay, so looks like we have. I like to look for this. We have prep here for downside, just going down the time frames. Here's that 4-hour entry for puts that went off yesterday. We were able to get a nice move off of that at the beginning of the hour. And then a little bit later in the day, it kind of consolidated a little bit, but it was still kind of bearish. We also are right at this 200 moving average. These are strong bounce levels, but for the most part, if we can break below here, we have more downside, and we also have a gap down here. Yeah, on the 1 hour, we have a gap down here that it seems quite a ways out. We might not hit it until next week, but yeah, we have that in mind. Let's see here. So I hope you can see. So the way I'm charting it is, uh, this is from yesterday. Look for 4-hour puts to 100. So yeah, this happened pre-market. So yesterday we kept coming into this zone, and you could see we'd come into the 4-hour, tap into it, drop a little bit, recover. So there's a little bit of a solid consolidation happening here just below this 200 moving average on the 1 hour. But in terms of today, pre-market we had a 1 hour confirmation to the downside. So in terms of like higher to lower snowball effect time frames, we were bearish here, here, here. 4-hour yesterday. Yeah, I think we had the 4-hour yesterday, and then the 1 hour is giving us that snowball effect. So with that being said, what I like to look for is, I don't, even though this is a bearish zone, I don't want to really take trades in here. I want to look for something below here. I can move this down so that we have a good, nice, solid. Oh, that was the 4-hour. Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Okay. So, because we don't want to have too many lines, but on the 1 hour, on the 15-minute, it's going to be helpful. So we'll just put here 1 hour. Let's belong. And so I hope you can see what I did here in terms of, and then this will make it easier as we go through QQQ and IWM. So here for the 1 day, we're looking for puts below here. Let's see if this is still, I can probably delete this. So we don't have, let's go back because that's apparently, okay. This was a line I was watching Intertrade. And then here, let's see, make sure this stays on. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this level. I think what I'm trying to target here is if we resist off of this previous day low, then we can look for more downside. I think that's the rationale behind that. And then we just move to the 30-minute. We also, if you're keeping in your journal, I'm learning to just have, I might recreate another journal for you guys, but as we're going down the time frames, you're just seeing that we're having on the 1 day, the 4-hour, the 1 hour, the 30-minute, we're having all of these setups. Now, if you've been with me for a while, this doesn't happen a lot, right? But we just have a lot of confluence in each of these higher time frames that we're looking for more downside. Here you can see, and I had plotted this a little bit earlier this morning, right before I did my makeup, but This was a 4-hour and 30-minute entry for put zone. Same way how I charted off of this area right here. Let me just look at the 4-hour. And the reason I'm spending, so here, yeah, at the bottom of here is where I want to look for puts. I think I'm going to keep it here just because this might be a little bit stronger. And by the time the 30-minute box down here fires, it's also showing that we want more downside once we get into this territory. So I'm a little bit of bias on SPY, but the technicals are all pointing in that direction. We don't want to over leverage. Institutions are going to get in and out quickly. I'm going to just eyeball the 5 minutes and the 3 minutes just to see. We have a little bit of upside here on the 5 minutes. And so then that's why it's going to be important for us to just kind of wait for those at least first 5 minutes. And I will say this as we move on to the next one, right? So you will see how I enter into these trades. I usually like to stay on the 15-minute. But if I get a higher time frame, like a 1 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour, I will take that scalp and get a base hit. When there's momentum, but usually you're not holding for more than a minute or more than 3 minutes. And that's because it's going to be trying to hit a key level. And that's why I like the indicator, because it just gives you that, hey, something's going on here. And we get into that impulse or that momentum. All right, and then I'm just kind of showing you what I would normally do. Even though I did this last night and this morning, I just still like to go through and just make sure on the higher time frames that there isn't like a 300% level. Like here, there's a 300% level down here too. So if we get below this, we did kind of try to bounce off of it yesterday. It was really interesting to watch. But if we get back down below here, baby, we might have way more downside. So let's just, so 300% on the weekly. So that would mean that puts below. But we'll see, because like I said, we don't want to get in unless we have confirmation to the downside for a break to the downside. But with that being said, yesterday we noticed that it just kept bouncing off of that level. We kept buying off of that level. That's okay. That's perfectly fine. Here we have another 300% level on QQQ. QQQ was really erratic yesterday. No, not really. It wasn't. My correction. It really just kind of was buying above that level I was telling you the other day. There's a gap here as well, and there's also a gap down here below. Right now, price is at 705, and the gap is 684. So it's quite a ways down, but I still like to mark it just so I don't get any surprises. You're going to see here that I like to use these blocks as entry. So even though this is bearish, you still kind of get caught up in volatility here. But it's kind of like a safeguard for me. So I know that once we break out below this level, we can look for more downside. That being said, on a little bit of consolidation here, but these 200 moving averages, one is a SMA, this one is a SMA, and this one is the fast, the 200 moving averages. These are pretty strong bounce levels. So usually what will happen is we might try to break to the downside, maybe tap this and then bounce up. So let's just be prepared for that. Let's see, on the 1 hour, yeah, you can see yesterday we just kept buying up off of this level. We just kept buying off of VWAP, kept buying off of it, held that we sold off and then recovered and then tried to just hold above there. But we did gap down pre-market. This is a 300% level on the weekly right here. And so same thing, like I said, we were buying off of it, but if we break below there, if we break below that, then we'll have a little, the average move I've been seeing so far can be anywhere from $3 to $6. So, but the first time that I saw that on one of the other ETFs, we went down $6 on the first drop, or the first time we touched it. And then the second time was $3. So as we continue to engage with that area, just practice risk management if we get a break below there. Okay. Let's see, 1 hour. So on the 1 hour, it looks like we have puts to the downside. I also look to see like if we didn't hit 100%, we're gonna try to hit 100%. We're gonna try to hit that 100%. Hold on. What is this? What is this line here? I think it might be trying to be this one. We're gonna try to hit 100%. The institutions like to hit 100%, and then after that, we'll see what happens, right? On our TP level. So we, you know, if you've been with me for a while, that's why I post these before we go into membership so that you can kind of understand how I'm using the indicator, right? So let's see, previous day low. What we're going to be looking for here, this is, so previous day low, it's kind of the same as yesterday, as the day before. If we break below this level, then we can continue to have more downside. Same thing here too. If we fall below this, then we're going to have way more puts. Let me just check something. Are we in OPEX, you guys? Hold on. Or was that last week or no? That was last week. Okay. So this is like the last Friday of the month. Let's see. We're just going to look at the 30-minute. We did gap down. We do have a gap up here. We have a gap from the day before. So I like to chart this out. It's on the 30-minute. Let me just make sure. I usually like, but this is still significant enough. Yeah, it was on the 1 hour, but I prefer to chart it on the 4 hour. But yeah, as long as it's on the 1 hour, we're going to keep that on there because we don't want to be trying to remember all of that information. Let's see. Just checking to see. I have a little bit of calls on the lower time frame, so we'll just give the market time to kind of decide if it wants to fill that before it has more downside. But you have to be prepared to move to either side. How are we doing on time? We're doing good. Let's see. If we break above here, then we get a call entry. It should be nice to fill this gap. Maybe a little bit of resistance right here at the CE or consequent encroachment of this gap right here. And this is lining up with the 200 moving averages, the slow and the fast. So yeah, if we get a break above here, you know, we would be above the VWAP and the fast CMA, so we would have had some kind of reversal. But I expect a little bit more downside here on the Qs. All right, but I like to stay on the 15-minute time frame. Pre-market looks like we want some more downside there, so we'll keep that there. We are actually right now bouncing off of the 100% level. So usually once they hit their level, especially pre-market, I feel like they're already satisfied. They're satisfied babies, and it might not, this play might not come into play, but like even here, well, here they're at 50%. So they still have a little bit more downside that they might let us join in at market open. Here on the iRussell, I'm just kind of letting you guys see the time frames. And again, I already marked these levels here. This is 300%, 300% level, 300% on the 3-month level. So if we break below that, and only if we break below it, because like I said, they can turn this into support. We have actually pre-market, we're below that level, y'all, on IWM. That's not fixing my glasses. But I'm glad you were able to see that. So then we're going into the week. This is where we are now. Let's see. Interesting. On the daily. So this is important in that I'm going to mark this as a buy level. I hope you see what I'm doing here. So this is where we start to enter into bounce areas. So let's just turn this green. I used to have them blue, but I do like to color code it just so it makes it as easy on my eyes as possible and not having to like filter and interpret what I'm working with. So this is the 1 day entering buying block. Okay, so if I'm in puts, I'm gonna start leaning out. it starts scaling down, starts selling off. And then we also have previous week high here, which is, you know, we would like to have buyers step in off of this level. Is usually what it is for, let's see, you can kind of see where, let's see if we have any preps or anything. Kind of an attempt at the upside here. Looks like we're failing through this sell-off level. Okay, we have a prep to the downside here. Looks like all the ETFs are kind of bearish. For the 1 hour, I mean, if we get below here, there's a $1 move to the downside before we start to get some. Let me see. 1 hour. I'm just gonna label it. We're also gonna check news really quickly, and then I'm gonna take a little break. Y'all know how I do. 1 hour. 1 hour. Below. I'll be able to see that block. But this is, I don't think in terms of probabilities, this is just a little too choppy for me. But we're marking those levels, right? So on the 30-minute, we also have prep to the downside. On the 15-minute is where I like to be at. 15-minute, we're pre-market, we're saying, hey, we want some downside. Here, if we start to, we can start looking for calls above here. Hope you keep doing so. We have calls. As long as we can break above the stop loss here and recover, then we can look for calls above this level here. So let's see. This is on, well, the 15-minute, right? 15-minute. Start looking for call entry. So we can just kind of start to ease into it. This is more of a stronger buy above level. Let me see, sell below, buy above. Oh yeah, this is kind of like a make it or break it level just because of the previous day high. Let me not confuse myself. This is just going to be previous day high. Previous day high. I'm going to put it as a CE. So we're at this point, we're going to decide if we're going to reject off of this level, or if we're going to build off of that level. But possibly entertaining calls here. Can entertain more calls to the upside here. Let's just check lower time frames. Puts on lower time. So everything across the board looks bearish. Let's go look at the economic calendar really quick. So for Friday pre-market, we did have some pre-market data. Goods trades came in way negative. Retail inventories for autos came in slightly higher. Wholesale inventories came in slightly higher. We have consumer sentiment at 7. I already put it on my chart, but I think for the mental well-being and sanity of all of us, let's just put a reminder here to just be patient. If you get in a trade, then I don't recommend that you hold through. But I have noticed a pattern, especially I think with IWM. With IWM, ooh, I got to get you guys back over here. Whew. Especially with IWM, like sometimes I feel like they have insider trading stuff. And so sometimes, but we'll continue to observe if that's a pattern. They will, if you start to see like entries for calls like right before 7, it is tempting to want to try to get in on that. But we're going to continue to establish if that's a pattern. And then these recordings are just documentation of like, hey, that's what's been happening with these types of data. I know it does it with CPI. Like the way that these indicators work with CPI and the ETFs react with CPI, chef's kiss. I was like, can't wait for the next CPI, but let's see how it does with consumer sentiment. I'm gonna take a little break, but I'll be right back, usually in about 5 minutes. See you guys in a little bit. Let me put you all on some music. Oh, I'm out. All right, I'm back in the building. All right, so just making sure I got my monthly calendar here. Oh, that's supposed to be for this day here. So got my monthly calendar ready. Make sure on your journal sheet. Okay, this was nice. Okay, make sure on your journal sheet that you have the date. Remembering that Fridays markets like to get in and out. We want to mirror the institutions. This is not we're not going to be babysitting. If we see that the move already happened and you're feeling FOMO, put that in your journal. I have 2 journal sheets available. Well, one journal sheet for the intraday trading. It's free. It's on my Discord, Trader SQ85, and especially for post journaling, I have the free digital. It's basic. If you buy the actual membership for the more upgraded one, then it goes into way more detail for you to check on certain metrics. But if you're feeling FOMO, own it, write it down, right? And that journal is going to have it in such a way that shows like, hey, how many days am I experiencing FOMO? And then on the weekend, you do that inner work you can do it throughout the day. Why am I experiencing FOMO? What can I do to eliminate that? Does that mean I need to study more, backtest more? Is there things going on in my personal life that I need to kind of address that's going on? What can I do pre-market to just make sure I'm in the moment? What can I do in terms of my expectations? Sometimes it can feel like, hey, I'm supposed to get an entry every day. I need to get money every day. And I feel like part of what journaling, today we have great setups, right? We have great setups, and I like to see all 3 of these at the same time. And sometimes there isn't a setup. Sometimes there are clearly no trade days. The other thing I want to say is if you have a preference for one of these, stick with it. I like to have all 3 because sometimes I felt I was forcing trades with IWM, but you also want to make sure that they're all kind of moving in the same direction. Like right now, they're all buying up this level. They're all buying, in this case, off of the previous day low from the day before. Here we're below the previous day low. Here we're also above previous day low. But that being said, if you like to look at SPY, you've got to stick with SPY because she moves slowly and steadily, but when she's ready to go, she's ready to go. Let's see, SPY was saying that we had a 30-minute entry. Let's look at SPY. SPY, we always have a pullback at 50%. It doesn't matter what level, what time frame we're working with. But as much as I want to, let's do this. So 100%, this is going to be the level, 100%. Where I expect a bounce, right? We're already bouncing off of the 50%. So with this indicator, you're going to take profit at 30%. 50% is a huge one, time and time again across these ETFs. We have a pullback, so you see that here it didn't quite hit 100%, but 100% is where we're going to decide if we're going to continue to the downside or take profit and then move back up. So just keeping in mind that SPY is the only one that had that pre-market 30-minute pre-market. In the morning, I write like a caveman, like. All right. So as we're going into the market open, it's just we're concentrating on this. We're not concentrating on anything else outside of this. We're gonna have a parking lot, right, where we can say, okay, everything for relationships, family, friends, work, outside life, park it, allow yourself to release that. We're going to focus good and steady, finish strong. We're going to commit to not over trading, not trading out of fear. If we see that the move has already happened and we missed it, then we are okay with that. We don't want to give back any profit that we've made for the week. And we know that next week there's going to be more opportunities and we're going to be patient. And this is like developing ourselves for long term stuff. The other thing I wanted to caution you on too is I always, if I get like, for example, on SPY, some type of indication like on a 1 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour that we're getting puts, I'm going to scalp it down. It's a little bit tricky in the first 5 minutes because you don't want to end up chasing too much where you're trying to get in on a limit order. Um, but ideally after 5 minutes, then it goes to market orders, and so it should be easier for you to fill. So sometimes I don't want you guys to feel like you're being left behind because I got into something, but it's like if I know like a day or a 4 hour or 1 month or 3 month pops off, baby, I'm gonna scalp it and get what I need to get and get out, run out like it's a burning building, right? Um, and then you wait for it to establish on the lower time frames what that entry looks like. So we're going to explore what that looks like for today. Looks like we have buyers here off a previous day high from the day before, not from yesterday, but from Wednesday. Okay, so we have buyers off of both. Let's just wait patiently for at least the first 5 minutes is ideal, because then a lot of people like to use orb, and so or open range breakout. Um, And so then that's going to set parameters. This one is trying to decide what to do with previous day low right here. Let's see. Okay, we have more breakout to the downside here on SPY. Let's see. Wow. Let me break out here. It's forming. Oh yeah, we're at that 50% level. That's a take profit level there on SPY. Let's see. Let's see what that means on the 30-minute. We also are bouncing off here off of the 50% level on SPY. Let's see here. Looks like we're rejecting off of the previous day low. possibly. We're engaging with the stop losses here. Here we're in the territory of puts on the 1 hour for SPY. We're back in that territory. Looks like we are rejecting off of the previous day low here. Okay, nice strong rejection. Okay. All right, so we're back down below that level. Let's see what we have here. We have continuation of the breakout to the downside, another breakout here to the downside on the 30-minute. I'm looking at SPY. That was my highest probability. This one we have, looks like they're trying to satisfy that 100% level. Let's see if they, ooh, they're ripping right through that. So here, let's see. Let's see what we can get here. Let's see. Okay. And so this we said was going to be 100%. So if you want to take some profit here, off of the, there we go. Nice. I'm done trading for today. Okay. Yeah, so we hit exactly 100% on SPY. That was the highest probability one. Let's see. I need to document this, or if I don't document it, it didn't happen, right? So off of the 30-minute. Let's see. That's probably not the best recording. I could do a better recording because the 5-minute candle came up. So 7:30, it went off, and we came here by 6:32. Okay, so I'm just going to document that. Okay. I hope you this is going to be a good one for you guys to see how I talked it through and why I decided to concentrate on SPY. We had that 30-minute setup and breakouts below here, and then we knew that 100% would be a take profit level. It happened in literally, 4 minutes. And so I got out a little bit earlier than I should have, but we would have gotten a nice move to the downside there. And then we're done for the day. Like, you have to accept, for the most part, that, the move happened. Now, we do have some people. Ooh, I want to see this. I'm going to forward this to myself and watch it later. We could wait for that five. We did cross over the 5-minute threshold, right? So here's where you're going to start to get confirmations for more downside on the lower time frames. If you're still interested in downside for SPY. For SPY, we did open below this 100. There's a this 100 put level right here, but we are above the VWAP. But I think we're going to try for more downside here. Um, Oh yeah, so IWM also gave you at open to bounce off of 100%, and so did QQQ. The only thing is, I think it would have been a little bit difficult for you guys because if this was entry, you would have had to hold through all of this, but they did hit 100%. Looks like this is wanting more downside, breaking out to the downside. This one right here, you have you're below the previous day low, so it looks like sellers are wanting to step in here. But like I said, this is a 1 hour, 1 day buying block, so be careful because you can get really messed up here um, on this one, right? And it lined up right with the 100% level. Here, same thing, you have this previous day low, and they're teetering on trying to decide if they want to buy off of this level. So just be careful, really careful here. Whereas with this one, we're continuing to stay below the previous day low. We have the 30-minute pre-market. This one, I showed you guys pre-market how everything was really bearish. And whereas here has a 1 day buying block below, um, here we tend to have a little bit more pushes for the downside, right? We're below the 1 day put level here as well. So let me go ahead and upload this to my. Do you remember it? Thank you, Jesus, for my daily bread. Thank you, Lord. I am grateful. I am grateful for the things that you have done. Mm-hmm. Victories we've won, and I could go on and on and on about you. And I'm so thankful, thankful, thankful. Mm-hmm. Flowing from my heart. Let me try to. I can't sing and do this at the same time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. His faithfulness. You're with an E. You're welcome to join us on Monday morning at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Have a great weekend. I am grateful for the things that you have done. I am grateful for the victories we've won. I could go on and on and on about you because you're faithful, faithful, so faithful. Mm-hmm. Flowing from. So here we're looking for more downside. You can see that here. We're starting to build a base below this VWAP here on the 30-minute. Let's go ahead and look at the 15-minute. We've already hit 100%, which is a critical take profit level for both 30% and the 30-minute and the 15. So the next break we want to look for is here. If you want to be patient and wait for entry, another entry confirmation, it could be a 3-minute or 5-minute, and just scalp that down. Let me just kind of safeguard you guys and make sure that we're not really dealing with any. Okay, on the 1 day we're below this VWAP here. Let me just make sure that there's not a, okay, so we can have a little bit of pullback here. This is always like a trampoline to me. And so, you know, we can't have pullback 2 here or retesting of this level. So just wait for a confirmation. There we go. Just wait for some type of confirmation or entry for puts back down below here. We do have news at 7. So this is what it's reacting to. It's bouncing off of that 4-hour. So just if you're willing to be patient and just wait for confirmation on the lower time frames for entry to the downside, you can get a second move down. We also have people that like to trade off of the 15-minute orb, so then that is also going to give you another like zone. Oh my god. And that's why she didn't open the gate for you. Okay. Flowing from. So we're holding really nicely here below this VWAP. Oh. Okay, we have buying. This is again, we're reacting off of that 4-hour 4-hour EMA there. The 200, which is strong. So now we're going to look and see if this is going to get invalidated. Let's go to the 15 minutes time frame. We have satisfied 100%. Let's see what it does here with previously low. And I need to go check on my little Bruno. He's a little fussy right now. We have buyers stepping right here to off previously low. And remember I talked about how these ETFs, like I feel like they have insider news. We have data at 7, and I feel like they be getting insider tea. So it's like they're already moving to the upside. Looks like they're going to try to invalidate this zone here on IWM. And yeah, they tapped right into that 1-day buying block. So is this a gap? Let me just make sure. Did I miss a gap here? No, that's a block. That's just a regular block. So we might invalidate this here. If you break continue up here, you can look for confirmation for upside here. And we might retest this previous day low. So it might have a little bit more chop here. This one, buyers, they might have a retesting of the previous day low here, but we're definitely looking for more upside. Give me one moment. I'm going to go check on my little fluffy muffin. And then I'll be right back. Put some music on for y'all. All right, I'm back. I want to talk you guys through any other setup. So we just crossed over the 50-minute threshold. Looks like uh, IWM is, ooh, there's a little tiny gap there. Tiniest little gap that it's probably going to try to fill there. Starting to build for more upside here. This previous week high, it looks like they're going to try to, let's just see, but we're bouncing really well here off of this 200. Let's see, this is good. So it looks like they're trying to establish that we want to build above this previous week high. A little bit of rejection here off of previous week high on the 200 here. On, let's see, were there any other entries? That's the only one on IWM. On IWM. This is a valid rejection here, previous week high. You're always going to have some institutions waiting for some, selling, but I hope you saw that there, but we had strong push to the upside here with that, the 4 EMA. This is a strong 200 level anytime you're dealing with the 200. So we're just trying to decide if we want to buy off of this. We're rejecting it so far a couple of times, but the goal, it seems like, is to try to build above here and continue to the upside. Or not, it's just retesting stop losses here for calls. Coming back and maybe picking up some orders in here in this call area. Notice how we bought up this 300% level. Ooh, y'all. Oh, that's my neighbors. They let me go close the door. They're gardener. They'll be done in a couple minutes anyways. Thank you, Lord, for soundproof doors. Right? Look at that. So, yeah, we decided to reject off of this level. This one I would just be so careful with in terms of cleaner setups. This, you're still staying below the previous day low up until this point. Here, you're continuing to stay bearish. We attempted some upside here off the previous day low, but this one you're going to get chopped and screwed on. So let's just try to, this is why I like to have the comparison, because I feel like sometimes I would try to force a trade with IWM, but if we have two cleaner setups, then let's go for the cleaner setups. We have a little bit of like tweezer bottoms, triple tips down here at the bottom. But we do have buyers stepping in here. Remembering that we have the 4 hour on this one. We're bouncing off of that 4 hour EMA. So that could be a bounce area and they could want more upside. Okay. In terms of 1 hour puts, we're going back into this put area zone, but you don't really want to start taking puts in here unless you get confirmation to the downside. I think the critical level here is going to be previous day low. Can we maintain that level and then get another breakout to the downside? We're right above this 30-minute VWAP. And once we've already hit 100%, like, to me, we're starting to merge into invalidation. And then now we're trying to decide what else to do after this, right? Here you see that we're trying to buy off of, on QQQ, we're trying to buy off of the previous day low. So let's just be patient. Here we open below the stop loss for calls. This also is a lower time frame on IWM. So you can wait for a higher time frame confirmation, like a 5-minute or 15-minute. You might still have a little bit of chop, but the 5-minute might be good to come into play here. They're buying up these stop loss levels for call or not. A little bit of erratic behavior here on IWM, but again, we do have consumer confidence at 7. So if you can be patient and wait for that data to drop in the next 9 minutes, 8 minutes, then that will best serve you. Just let the institutions do what they need to do. In terms of like blocks of time, so this is the opening. Oh no, this is the opening. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh my goodness, so much has happened this morning. This is the opening range here. So we had an attempted upside, a little bit of a retest here. If you can, and then here, in terms of opening range, but this is on the 3 minute, right? So let me just kind of go back to the 15 minute. Yeah, so this is the opening range here. We're back in this zone. On the 15 minute, it looks like we want more downside. 15 minute is your friend. Like lately, the 15 minute in terms of the time frame is nice, but in terms of like the entry stuff, it's a little bit trickier to navigate. On the 15 minute here, we're still, I like to go by the body, but the weight counts too. So we're still in this range here. Same thing over here. We're still in this range. We haven't quite had a breakout. So that 15 minute um, is going to, we want to look for something above here. Ideally, in this case, above here before you look for more upside. Looks like they're going to have a little bit more confirmation to the downside here. Looks like we're going to try to open below the VWAP and the 200 and the fast CMA, which would definitely not be good. But like I said, this one has more chop because you have the 1 day buying block, 1 day time frame, and that's a high time frame. So in terms of this, again, previous day low, they're kind of decided they're going to buy off of this level. This was starting to look, especially how we have buyers stepping in here, it's starting to look like we're waiting for a retest for buys here. Yeah, so they're just waiting for that retest, one touch, two touch, three touch, going for four, looking for buyers off of this previous day low. We have several opens above previous day low, so we haven't really had any opens below previous day low. So looks like even though it's bearish here, we're looking for some upside. And then on SPY, I feel like SPY was the most bearish, especially with the 30 minute and the 4 hour and the 1 hour. But we have a couple of double bottoms and buyers and stuff happening here. They are below previous day low, starting to lag a little bit. Could be they're waiting for the data. Data like Jada. It's 4 o'clock. So I'm gonna start. Oh, there we go. So we got 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Top of the hour tends to be pulled back. You can go ahead and set these to the 1 hour, and then that way you can see what happens with the VWAP where it opens at VWAP, and then I'll take you back to the 15 minute. So I already know we have data in 5 minutes. I'm going to remove this so we can kind of see what the wick is going on. We have indecision here on IWM on the 1 hour time frame, indecision here on QQQ, and indecision here on SPY. Now this one, we're still in very clearly bearish territory right here. This is what I like to see for me to move. So I know if we, here it says puts below 1 day. So this is still here, according to the 1 day, we're still in bearish zone. You'd have to break above here. But I prefer to see this here. So if they're trying to buy off a previous day low, it would make sense that they want to buy off of these, get scooped up by the VWAP and the fast CMAs, and then look for more downside. But right now, slight rejection off of this 4 EMA, which is the fast EMA. I'm like one of the only, oh, there we go, broke through that. I'm the only one that usually uses the 4. Kind of gets me out of trades much quicker. But the 8, this is like the 8, 9, this is the critical one. So let's just see how it reacts to this here. We have buyers stepping in here off a previous day low. Looks like we're going to be opening above the VWAP. And then here you have previous week high. So you have a little bit of sellers stepping in right here. Their buyers are in control. So they're going to try to buy above this previous week high. Give you a nice Friday rally is what it looks like. We're same way how we're dealing with the 1-day buying block here, we're dealing with the 1-day put area here. So a little bit of sellers stepping in here, but they're going to try to break to the upside. Beautiful, beautiful. And maybe next time we can say, it's just being able to transition. So you don't want to chase, but you want to recognize the setup. And so, like here, we knew this was here, and we could have potentially said, well, okay, we're going to look for calls out, but that's not really the way my system is set up. So, but each person is going to have their own way of perfecting this. And so they would have probably seen like this breakout to the upside here on the 15-minute and then just go for it. But yeah, once we tap into this 1-day buying block, then the sky is red. Right? Maybe me back at this 15-minute. No, we have 2 more minutes. This is a long 5 minutes, y'all. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that. So we have a breakout to the upside, and then you can look for more. Ooh. I don't like this if it starts to overlap because it means I have a little bit of percolating going on, like getting jerked around in here. So if they're trying to get above previous week high, trying to hold their ground there. See how they do with the 8 here. A little bit of, just tiny bit of resistance there on the 1-day. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. A little bit of resistance there. So let's go back to the 30-minute. The 30-minute, let's see if it invalidates this zone here. This one, we don't really have anything above. Yeah, we're back into this bearish territory. So, see, for now, we just be out on it. I think it's the garden. Even people's business, yeah. Alright, let's see. So, let's see if this gets invalidated on this 30-minute. Alright, I'm going to let you guys know what. Oh, QQQ is the one that has the 3-minute entry. I told y'all, I bet you it's going to be positive. I bet you. Because let me tell you what the data came out as. So be careful here, y'all. So consumer sentiment was forecast at 50%, at 50. It came in at 49.5, so just slightly below. Anything 50 is determines, like if it's above 50, we're expecting expansion. Anything below that, we're expecting contraction. Sometimes the markets don't like when we don't hit, and coming in at 49, it's still strong. So let's just see how the institutions want to deal with this. Like I said, QQQ would be having the insider tea. So by this time, they already knew, like, oh, we want upside. 50% is going to be a critical take profit level. It's right there with that 200. But if you want, depending on if you have runners, you can try to see if they're going to fill this gap up here. Now this gap, I'm a little annoyed because I want this. Let me find a little bit OCD, and it's going to cost me now. And this is important. I'm going to try to put it in the middle because the middle line is going to be important in placement. But yeah, so they're going to try to go for this gap fill right here on QQQ. Could have a little bit of downside. 15-minute here. I did mention if we have some type of call entries, we can start looking for calls to the upside here. We did tap into this 1-day buying block area. The 3-minute. The reason why on the 3-minute is because we're waiting to see if it's going to give you upside to that 100%. Here, I'm leaving it on the 30-minute because we had pre-market at 30-minute, but it looks like it's invalidating it. It's invalidating. We've already satisfied the 100%. Once that happens, we can decide if we want more downside or if we're ready to move on to something else. So here we're just going to wait and see if they invalidate the zone. Let's do this. Call it the zone. So here on SPY, we have invalidated the put thing, but we still want to wait for the candle to close on the 30-minute. But we should be able to look at the 15-minute and see. Yeah, we still, and this is, just be careful here too, whenever you have overlapping, then you can get chopped and screwed around a little bit. Just letting you know. Over here, we're rejecting the right off of that 50%. I'm not surprised. Anytime we hit that 50% level, we have an adjustment, and we're also in between these 200 moving averages. Here it looks like it wants to be bullish. I would expect a pullback to previous week high, but we did tap into this one-day buying block here. We have some order blocks for the orders for the go to the upside here. Let's look at the lower time frames and see if we, yeah, you might get confirmation in the next, you might get confirmation to the upside here on the 5 minutes. Surprised we didn't get anything for the 3-minute. Yeah, so we have that candle breaking above that level there, the 3-minute closing above that level. And we do have a nice prep to the upside here. See what happens in the next 16 seconds. Nice. So here on the 3-minute, we're going to be trying to hold above this 200 moving average. Trying to, but even this 200 should be good. If we can hold above this one, that's even better. But if we can hold above both, that's phenomenal. Here we're going to be invalidating on the lower time frame on the 15-minute block to the upside. Surprised we didn't have entry on this one for the upside here. Let's see, because here they said on the 3-minute. So on the 3-minute, we hit 100% on the calls. We hit 100%. So let's just see how it reacts to this. And the goal is for you to stay above the fast EMA or the 4 EMA here. Let's see, 1 second. Perfect. Okay, I think you just got a call entry for QQQ on the 3-minute again. Or did it just, I think it just flashes. Okay, so this is nice. We stayed above both the fast EMAs here. And, I mean the slow EMAs here, sorry. And the fast, these are fast. So it looks like it's going to try to push you to that 100%. It's going to go into that gap fill. There we go. It's going to start going into that gap. Let's see. Here, starting to build a base above that 30-minute gap. So yeah, sure enough, like on the 3-minute, I told y'all on the IWM, like they be having insider stuff. There was, after this went off, there was like a little bit of a pullback, but they knew they were looking for buy-in levels. Told you. Consumer confidence, same thing. Let's see. So they're already over 100% here. You might, I'm expecting confirmation on the 5 minute. So they're trying to go for the 200. And the thing is, you want to get one good clean trade. You do not want to overtrade today. Do not want to give your profit back. You want to end it in a nice, strong, healthy. Looks like they're going to try to go for gap fill here on QQQ. Bruno! Hey! He's like, I'm not listening to you. Let's see what's happening on the lower time frame here. We should have a, okay. That looks good. Yeah, that looks really good. We're above VWAP, the fasting maze, and the 200s on the lower time frame. That looks good. Look how big that candle is. Okay, I think they're trying to fill the base above here. They also have a gap up here. I don't remember what this line is for. Let me look at it. Oh yeah, I was saying like if we get above here, we could look for more, but we have a 4-hour put level up here too. So this is about to hit 100% here from entry on QQQ. Nice. Hit 100%. Let's see what it does here. Next level is going to be 50% of the gap. So I try to line it up the best I could. But yeah, we're either going to decide to fill this gap to the to the downside, or break above it and close out the gap, and then decide if we want more upside. There's also another gap up here. Ooh, my Bruno. What time is it? I need to go persistent and chilling. It's too early. Like, I know I'm up at 7, but my neighbors. Hold on 1 second. Okay, you just want to play. Okay. So we have a nice healthy pullback. We haven't had a pullback since that entry, but we are bouncing off of that 4. I'm the only one who uses a 4. But that being said, it will stop you out. This is the 8 or 9 EMA right here. We're buying off of the 4. And we're going to decide if we want to go for more upside. This is a healthy pullback after the 100% level. Yeah, so same thing here, healthy pullback after the 100% level. Here you have a retest of the 200 to decide if they want more upside, so you should be looking for a wick to build you up here. I think of these as trampolines, so it just kind of did like whoop, Oopsie daisies. Trying to decide. It did a nice bounce here. Nice strong buyer stepping in off this 200. This is their retest for them. Oh, let's see if they can hold that level. Let's see if they can hold at that intersection of the 200. This is the fast 200, and this is the slow, the SMA and the EMA 200. Got a bullish engulfing here, so nice buy off of this level. See if they're going to give you a retest of that 100% level there. Nice buy over here off of the 4 as well. Yeah, watch, everybody's going to start saying that they use the 4. But yes, your girl uses the 4. Alright, let's see what they do here with this 50% level. Oh, I gave him a treat so he could. There's something out there bothering him. It's probably a chipmunk or a squirrel. Because you guys haven't heard him the other mornings. And it's driving him bonkers. Alright. You might get confirmation for entry on the 5-minute here. Nice buys off of that level. Okay, and then here, let's see. I'm checking on the person that bought my indicator. I'm like, hey, are you okay? Are you catching some of these moves? Do 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 do. Yeah, we have nice buyers continuing to buy above the 4 EMA here. And so that has been my general rule of thumb. Like, as long as you stay above this 4 EMA, then we can stay bullish here. Same here, we're continuing to hold. Although here we kind of did break below, right? We would have gotten stopped out. But then at that point, you practice some risk management because you know this is the bounce level right here. You also know you got this in, and this is the 8. A lot of people like to use 8, so but I like to use the 4. A little bit of retesting here. This is healthy. We haven't had a pullback on SPY. Let's see what that means on the 30-minute. Are we? I know. Okay. Yeah. So on the 30-minute, we have went well above the stop loss areas, and we did open above the VWAP there. Let me just check on the 1 hour. Okay. So for the 1 hour, we did have puts pre-market, and we, 50% is a strong take profit level, but we can have a little bit of chop here where we get to start to engage with these stop loss levels from pre-market before we start to look for more downside, right? So just be cautious. As a matter of fact, so I think let me see this level right here. I'm gonna move this up to here. So you guys have a little bit more room to run. They might decide to test people's stop losses here, so you still have like a pretty good run before you start to encounter some pullback. Above 30-minute drop. I think I would move this. I'm gonna move this. Yeah, so we do have calls here, but in terms of even calls, like they're not really out of the woods to me until we get above here. 1 hour. Above 1 hour. You might get, let's see what it might be resisting here. You might get a little bit more upside. Yeah, it's starting to form a little bit of upside, but I'm expecting, let me just check the lower time frames. Yeah, we're above the 200s there. A little bit of a pullback here, but we're bullish. Now here we have a little bit of a prep. Looks like it wants a little bit of downside. Let's just look on the 1 minute and see. I don't know if it wants to come back into this zone and pick up some calls. So let's just see what it's doing on the 1 minute. But it is exhausted from going to the upside here on the 1 minute. So if you're waiting for calls, you can wait for confirmation for more for entry for more upside, or if you're bearish. Ooh, look at that. Nice. We have some consolidation here above this 200 moving average, which is nice. We're trying to build a base that we want more upside. Very nice. Okay, very nice. And you can see we have a little bit of piano fingers here. Good. So this is going to be it went to there. Look at that. Oh, okay. They're going to try to fill that gap. Take a profit from here. Let's see. Institutions are like tired of y'all taking your time, so they just said like. So then we had prep to the upside again here. Might have gotten faked out a little bit here with, so yeah. So now they're looking for more upside here. But I think what I was looking for is where is it looking to reject off of next? And we're in new territory, right? So we don't have anything above outside of blocks. They're going to test the stop losses here for puts. Possibly can be touching this 15-minute 200 level here. Here it looks like they're trying to, they've opened up above that 50% level of the gap. So it looks like they're going to try to build a base for more upside. If we had gotten stuck below here, we would have continued and maybe had more downside, but they're already letting us know that they want to continue to open above this consequent encroachment level. Probably give a retest of a gap fill here. They didn't quite fill the gap. Not quite. Went to where my box is, you know. But gap fill would be right here. And they didn't quite give that to the people. Give the people what they want. Go ahead, fill that gap, honey. And this is why I always say, like, I know it's, but I take profit just a couple, into the strength, just a little shy of what the target is. Because and if it goes through and you have runners, then it goes through, right? But, okay. We have a nice base right here off that 15-minute entry level that we're looking for. Just affirming over and over again that we want to establish more upside. Nice bounce off of the floor here. And what time is it? 7? Yeah, so we want to really just start to stay with the 15-minute time frame here. Let me just make sure, did we have entry? We did. We had entry here. We can keep it there. But ideally, we want to start to, yeah, be on the 15-minute time frame, especially after 7:30. We're almost at 7:30. So this is all bullish right here. I'm going to start journaling while we get ready to wind down that first hour. Do, 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 da, 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 da. I forgot my big monitor. I was so caught up in the moment that I wasn't even watching the big screen. Okay, super proud of my girl. I got in with one trade. I recognize that I made a nice, healthy take profit. I'm going to put that we made money off of the 30-minute pre-entry. And I got in at open. And I got out to, I think I got out like 100%. Might have been 50%. I don't know. But I was out at 6:34. And then I need to put my beginning and ending balance. So it's easier for me to have for Monday. Even though I have to open my broker account anyways, but so beginning balance was we got good for a Friday. 476.24. Okay. Yeah, I'll share my little account. And then, was there anything else that we had to learn that was effective for today? I'm gonna make it in big notes here. So 30-minute entry. Let's pre-market. And it went to 100% level. Okay, so I'm getting so much better at journaling. The cleaner my journals are, the better I do the following day. I notice on the days where like my journals are scattered and it's all over, even though I have the template, that adds to confusion. So it's just kind of organizing my thoughts. Let me see. So Friday, June 30. Friday, June 26th. Done good, baby girl. I'm gonna put down. So this is 4 hour. This is 4 hour put. And then in the back, I'm writing down what happens with the 4-hour put, with the 30-minute put, so that I have a quick reference guide. Put this back here. I'm going to continue the journal. We can build a base above here for calls. As long as you're above this level here, you can look for more entries for calls. A little bit of turbulence here. Let's get into the 200. They're building up really nicely here. Ooh, we kind of tried to do a gap build, but we're now at the bottom half, starting to consolidate in the bottom half of this gap. We are engaging with the 8 for the first time. I like to use the 4, like I said, but a lot of people like to use the 8 and 9. There we go. Nice buyers off of that level. Very good. We have a slow build here. Same thing, we had that first touch off of that 8-9 right here. So for me, I would have gotten stopped out with the 4. That's the only bad thing about using the 4. It's a little bit more conservative, but it does still respect it, especially on IWM. Okay, they're trying to decide what to do with this consequent encroachment level. They're deciding to reject off of it again. This is an important level, that 50% level of that gap. Okay, so on the 30-minute, I'm just journaling here. We had that come up at, I always want to put what time. So 6 a.m. We have the 30-minute put, and I should put the date too, so that when people need help, like yesterday, this was 6:20, 6:36, girl, 6:26, 6:25. I need to put the date that this happened so I can give people insiders at what to look at and how I made the plays. So 6:26, we had it at, came up at 6 a.m. Let me move this so that you guys can see what's happening. Sorry about that. So we're kind of back in here. If you want to be patient, if we open in here, ideally you want to open above here. But if we opened above, so this is good. This is good. 15-minute, you have confirmation for more upside. We do tend to have a little bit of a pullback on the 15-minute. So just be careful there, you guys. We might test these stop loss levels. Look at the 1 minute and see. Yeah, we have a breakout, so you might get a little bit of a scalp there. I like how we opened above this candle here as well. And then I would say, because we've been so bullish for the most part, when it hits 30%, and this is the previous day high here, start to scale and take your profit. I do expect us to engage with the take stop losses here a little bit. And then, so that was at 6, and then I'm going to put what I did. Open. Exited. 634. That's a 30-minute. And also on the 15-minute, we had levels too. So that was kind of giving me a green light for that. I put all lower time frames were bearish. Okay. Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah, we're rejecting off of here. No bueno. If we break below here, you're going to have more downside. We're going to be below the fast EMAs, but expecting a little bit of a bounce here above this 200. So just a little bit of chop. We open below the 8, so you might have people starting to exit their trades at the 8 and 9 here on that first rigmarole. We are at 1 hour since market open. I used to have, you guys, a little money thing, and you would think I used to have a little money like cha-ching thing for when I would make money. Whatever happened to that? It is gone, y'all. Do I need to buy another one? That would be fun, right? Let me look in Amazon. Amazon. All right, let's just kind of check back in here. So we're 1 hour in. Um, Beautiful buy-in here off of the stop loss levels. Kind of lining up with the 4. Beautiful buying up of that space. For the 50-minute, that is a very beautiful recovery there. If we can just kind of stay above here. You do have the 8 a ways down. Um, mm, but yeah, so we're engaging with the stop losses right now for this setup. Scott, push your risk management. We had a nice little push right here. We couldn't hold it, couldn't maintain it. Almost a little bit low here. We have a recovery here, kind of psyched people out, but let's just still be careful until candle close. So we are below this 8, and we did open below it. So sometimes it will kind of try to push up, but usually once it opens below here, it's a wrap, honey. With a little bit of a downward line here. Keep selling off of it right here. Here, this one's we're a little bit more bullish than the others. We're coming back into this buy zone. Um, yeah, we're coming back into like a buy levels right here. Although this is also on the bigger scheme of things, and I told you guys this earlier, on the bigger picture, I got the sense that we were bearish. Yeah, so kind of trying to reject off of this EMA here, but let's just check. Yeah, we're back into bearish territory on the 4. The interesting thing to watch is that we could bounce off of this 200 moving average here. We are rejecting these fast EMAs, the 4 and the 6. So just be careful here, you guys. This right here, you're going to be chopped and screwed right in between here. Trying to buy off of the previous day low. Just be cautious here. I would say 1 hour out, we're at that level where institutions are, they've gotten a good move to the downside, great move to the upside. This is not the time to chase. Okay. They have way more options than when I first bought it the first time. Okay, we have a retest here. This is like where, let me see, I think I had put for 15 minutes for entry, so they're just retesting to a level here. Let's just see. Oops, not this one. Uh, Here we're rejecting off of this VWAP. We have a little bit of a VWAP tab. This is on the 30-minute. Let's just see where it's rejecting to. But what I wanted to see here is what is it going to? What is it selling off of? On the 30-minute. Let's see how it reacts to these. I mean, it never really retested previous week low, so it's going to try to build a base to the upside from what I can see. So just look on the 5-minute and see what it does there. If it's going to bounce off of anything, it could potentially be this 200 here. Let's put this back on the 15-minute. I don't know what happened with that green button. This is the thing, y'all. Like, I can't wait for certain things to happen because it's like when you have a rhythm, it's just better. It's easier to just stay in certain things. But when you're like in chaos, it's a little bit hard to kind of move around the way you need to. So it's okay. It's gonna make me stronger. Okay, so here having some sell off. You're below the 4 and below the 8. No bueno. Open just ever so slightly above the 200 here, but you have both of these are 200. So, and we still have previous week high here, so we're going to try to see what they do with this level. Lots of sell off here. We've got a smaller time frame, which is still good for you to see because the lower time frames give you it's kind of like a snowball effect. So this is not good because we're below the 4 and the 8 here. We're also below the 200 moving averages. Just not good in terms of like if you're bullish, right? Looks like we failed below this gap, and we're deciding that we want more downside here. Let's look at the higher time frames. It's a bullish area that we're buying off of. And you can see it on the 15-minute. We are trying to buy off of the 8. We had buyers stepping really strong off of the 8. That's good. And so let's just check here because we can probably have the same thing happening here. Yeah, they're buying off of that 8 EMA. Not as strong, I feel like, as here. It's probably about the same. But they didn't buy off as strongly as, oh yeah, and off of this previous week high. So we got buyers stepping back in here. Let me check on my little Bruno. Okay, Same thing here, buyer stepping in ever so slightly off of the 8. We can establish um, buyers above this level here, that'd be great. Here, buyers above here into this gap and close, fill out. Let's see if they finish filling out this gap here. Ooh. It looks like they did fill the gap based on this, but I think on the other time frame you guys saw it, it didn't quite fill to 100%. Yeah, but they filled this gap all the way. Got buyers off the 8. I mean, yeah, off of the 8 on all of the 15-minute lines there. Do, do, do. I don't want the jelly. I want this. Oh, damn. I want this square. And here it is. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I also need to check here. Just checking to see what they do with this previous week high. What they do with this 800, with this 8 level. Nice buy. Beautiful buy here. See the same thing we're buying off that level. Here's bullish. Here's bullish. We're in bullish territory. We're trying to build a base to the upside. We're picking up orders for more upside here. Mm-hmm. Let me go here and go to I want to go to I want to go to this is really good. Ooh, okay, we opened right above this order block level. We're still above previous week high. We're still above the 8. If I can see, we've got buyers stepping in nicely here. We're still above the 8 here. So, I like to use the 4, but a lot of people like to use the 8 and the 9. We're still in this bullish level, bullish zone. See what they do with the 4. They're rejecting the 4. They can break above that. No, I don't want that. Ooh, for lip, prep, and prime rib. I'll put up above. Studio. This is nice. I don't like it in the bottle. I like the clear one. I don't have a lot of the stuff I'm used to. Look at this. Ooh, this is cute. I like it. Circulation, no. Large face, no. Handbag face, no. I can find it. Is that a screen? Ooh, nice. Fire stepping in really nicely here off of IWM. Very nice. If you can get above here, then you get some more buys. Actually, if you can get, I would have liked to see a strong wick, but if we can get some buyers above this here, you can look for entry for more upside. And then, yeah, let's see what's happening here. Here we bought off of the 8, trying to get above this 4. Nice buy off of the 8 here as well. want to break above this level here, above this level here. Continue to hold your ground above this level here. I think this is the one I bought. Shine control. Do I have a flash on here? Okay, that's good. See how we're doing on time. Puts below. Oh my goodness, my little. We could check one more time what he's on. Whoops. Okay, so let's come back here. You get an entry on like a 3 or 5 minute here, of anything above here, then you can hold a little bit longer. I put 4 because I noticed with IWM, anytime this specific setup happens, we always have like we always have a pullback. Whereas with IWM and SPY, like once the entry on the 50-minute triggers, like it's go time, baby. So that's why I put 4 in terms of the quality, and so I know to wait for a setup. Um, I do like that if we have the box and we open above. I guess ideally we would have opened above here, but yeah, it's much cleaner on the on QQQ and SPY when we get the 15-minute entry versus IWM time and time again. It will just do that reversal where they're looking for a target for entry. Had some sell off there. We weren't able to hold that level. Um, we weren't able to stay above that level. Not a nice sell off there. Looks like, yeah, we stayed below on this gap. We stayed on the lower half. And then once we started to have small, lower time frame candle closes below this, we started to sell this area back off. Here, the way I interpret this is they're looking for more orders to the upside here. Still have the 8, which you can cut with the sell off. Here you have previous week high, that's the next key level to look at. Strong sell off. What time is it? Okay, we're getting close to the top of the hour. Okay, so this is letting me know we're close to the top of the hour. So we want to start looking at the 1 hour time frames. Have some sell off happening here. Much more clear there. We did the gap fill and decided we want to reject that. Higher time frame, we were bearish, and we came to like just about 50% of that candle, and we're deciding if we want to do more downside. We'll see. We're gonna look at the 1 hour, and then we're gonna see. Go back to the 15-minute. Here looks like we want some upside. Going to see if we can open above this VWAP here in the 1 hour and continue to hold ground above previous week high. At this point, we have wicks above and below. And on the 1 hour, we did have puts. We tested, same thing you're seeing on the lower time frame here that happened with the 50-minute. We tested, well, not really. This is the first time we're testing the stop losses. And we're starting to sell off of that critical level there. Man, this is like a long 5 minutes. Because I was like, what am I doing here? Waiting for the next 30 seconds. We're going to wait to see what price does with the VWAP on each one. Move this over. I feel like, let's try to bring this to the front. So we can see the, there it is, we can see the VWAP. Okay, there we go. So here, looks like we are wanting to prep. We're starting to reverse to the upside. We opened above VWAP. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a little bit more of a test down here to do this retire before we look for a little more upside. Same thing here, opened above VWAP. And we have prep for upside there. Let's see. Same thing, crossing it to the upside. Not quite prep for QQQ. We're still in a bullish zone, but we might, if we fail below this level here, and especially below the VWAP, and start to come into these areas, you might have more downside. So right now it's kind of like a no man's land. That's how I'll play it for this. No man's land, especially where we are here, as opposed to here, we're kind of to the top. You want to wait for like a 2-minute or 5-minute confirmation for upside here. Ideally, you'd want to wait until we're up here for entry or call. So it's just if you're willing to wait. But Fridays, we want to get in the habit of might have that wick fill there. Sorry, we're still in the bearish zone, but you might have buyers stepping in here off of this 200 as well. But what I was going to say, I was watching YouTube and there's this strategy where they like to do these wick fills, so you might get a little bit of a move back up here. I've been eyeballing it, so I will check it and see. It's not necessarily part of my strategy, but I'm aware of it that, they could try to go for this wick fill and then try to decide what to do from there. So let's go on the 15-minute. In terms of breakout, we had upside temp or retest. Looking for more upside here. I need to watch my time because 8:15. I'm already ahead of some stuff today. I like the schedule I set up for myself today. So I front-ended a lot of my tasks, like my morning stuff. And so like on a morning like today, I've already done what I need to. Closing that out. Yeah, I can put my pens away for the weekend. There goes Bruno. And you guys have been here like every morning. He's not usually this fussy. Oh. Oh, I didn't. Okay, yeah, as I'm closing out my journals and stuff. But so here I did. Let's see. What did I do here? Mm, mm, Oh, I know what happened. I missed the day on my monthly, and I didn't X out the wrong. So I put my stuff from today on Thursday, and then Wednesday stuff is on Tuesday stuff is on Wednesday. Okay, so there's that. Can do that. I'm gonna put this here. So that's ready for Monday. I got my glasses. I still have like 10 more minutes. Oh, I don't have anything to do right now. As long as we're like, especially in this zone and this zone, there's nothing you can really do. We're still waiting for some type of confirmation to the upside, but we do have a little bit of sell off with double tops here. These are tops. I'll be right back. I've got some explaining to do. Oh my gosh. Not on. Okay. I'm here for a few more minutes, but I think what's going to be important is if you're going to be patient and waiting for like a power hour play, I would say the areas to watch are if we can satisfy this 15-minute call to the upside, or if we're going to break to the downside. Here we had a level for puts below here. which lines up, not only would we be below the previous week low, we'd be below VWAP, we'd be below the 200s, we would be retesting this 3-month level, 300% level, which gives a pretty hard sell-off there. And 1 hour puts here, but again, you would just be getting ready to get back into buy levels right here with the 1-day block. We saw that we just tapped it. Here we bought right off of it pre-market and then came back in and just bounced right back up off of that area. So that's kind of what's going on. We're trying to establish that we're staying above the 3-month high of 300% and trying to stay above this 1-day buying level. Okay, here we had buyers get a good run off of the previous day low, and we did fill that gap. We're doing really well here on the 15-minute in terms of staying above the VWAP. We're trying to buy off of the 8. Not really doing too good about holding up above the 4. I'm one of the only people who uses the 4. The 4, I mean, it's just, that's just me. It comes down to, like, I just like it. Because you can see how it's engaging with it. But it's trying to build a base, although we have, like, sellers here, sellers here, sellers here. Bouncing off of here and here. Staying on the lower half of this gap. But this is a bullish area, so we'd want to see if we can get back up into that gap and build a base to the upside before you look for more calls. Do have resistance here on the 200 PMAs. Otherwise, if you start to break below here, below these fast PMAs, VWAP, and below this block, and then validate this block and get below these stop losses for puts, then we're going to have confirmation for more downside. This could be a little bit of a bounce area here. And then if you establish that you can, fail through here and retest this previous day low, then you can continue to have more downside. And same thing here too. If you get to this 300% weekly level, you could easily have a base that's built off of here, like we did yesterday with QQQ. But if we fall below that, then you can have anywhere from $1 to $3 to $6 drop. In terms of the hour time frame, let's look on the hour time frame. Let's see. But it's not showing up on the 1 hour anymore. I think, did we invalidate? Oh no, it's from way over here. So let's do this. They toyed around a little bit with people's stop losses right here. And so if you continue to break below here, then you can have them try to retest. I'm going to leave it on here for you guys. And then, a little bit of time. And then on the 15-minute, let's just kind of drill down and see what we're looking at. We're bearish. And this looks like it was just a retest or pullback before we look for more downside on the daily. We do have a bullish engulfing here, but we had sell off of this 200, still in this bearish zone. Still had buyers step in here off of previous day low. We're trying to prep to the upside here on the 1 hour. I don't know, I feel like I want to leave you guys on the 4 here because we're heading into the weekend and that will give you a better idea of what we're doing for the weekend. Let me see. I'm trying to, there we go. Okay, so let's just leave that on there. That'll be, and then you can kind of see what's happening with these EMAs. For calls, I mean, even here, okay, I see what's happening. This is for calls. This is the stop loss for calls. So you could have, you know, here, let's see, stop loss for puts. That's interesting. So here, oh, stop loss for puts is here. This happened here. And then for calls, we came here. This is the stop loss for, hmm. Puts and then for calls. Okay, yeah, the stop loss for calls are up here for this. And then for puts, the stop losses are here. So you're kind of a little bit of a blind spot there. And then here, let's just kind of drill down a little bit and see. Ooh, nasty sell-off. And you can see we're just kind of not really breaking out of anything there. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a good setup for you guys on the, other than this. So you can just see if it's going to invalidate this or not. We do have plays to the up and the downside. So I'm going to delete this so that it's, I don't like it that there's a lot of, there's a lot of lines on here for you guys. It's already a lot. Push the low. Now this is if we get back into this area where we can push calm puts. Let me make sure I can see this so when I get it in the office I can see what I'm doing. And then the 1 hour, yeah, a little bit of, you can navigate it though. The volume is way down. Not a surprise for how we move on Fridays. Let me just look at the economic calendar. Taking my glasses off here. Let me see if we have any other news. I think it was just a 7, but do we have speakers or anything? 7:30 Fed Williams speech. 8:30 we have Fed Kashkari speech. So maybe there might be some, stuff happening at 8:30 that he might say. And then 10 o'clock we have oil stuff. So, but even like yesterday, I was working from home. I noticed that once we cross over the 8:30 crush threshold, y'all, it's boring. Um, let's see here. So it's a great time to go work out, get your breakfast, do some stuff around the house, and then possibly come back for power hour. I'm not really a power hour person. I just stuck around yesterday because I was here. But like once I'm done, I like to be done. So last pass through until I go, you can see we're in between this area here. Could have buyers here off of previous day low, my apologies. And then, but we are bearish on this 4-hour time frame. All of this is just, because we're rejecting the 4 and the 8 EMA here. This is the 8 EMA, this blue one right here. This is the 4. I like to use the 4. But yeah, this, and then here, like I said, for calls, this is the stop loss for calls. So you'd want to see them break above here and here, this one in particular, and this previous week low before they have more upside. A little bit of tension here at the 200s and then try to fill that gap. We had a hard time yesterday. We just really stayed in a neutral zone. Here, in terms of for puts, these are the stop loss for puts. So that's the areas that we're testing right now. Looks like we have buyers stepping in off the VWAP, attempting to buy back up into this area. This one's kind of like in a no man's land. And then for IWM, potentially if you break above here, then you can look for more calls. Expect some sellers to step back in here if you just stay high. We've never engaged at this level. Like usually when you have previous day low, they like to buy the previous day high. So that's a possibility. We haven't quite hit that yet. We had some call entry here. We are retesting that area, have a breakout to the upside, and you can have buyers from previous week high try to step in here, give you that nice Friday rally. But if we fail below here and we fail below these 200s and fail below this previous day low, then you can expect a little bit more, a little push to the downside, but again, a little bit of might get throttled a little bit with this one day fine block here. So I hope this was helpful. I'll leave you guys. Oh, I don't know. It's, yeah, I'm gonna close out. You guys have an amazing weekend, but I'll leave this running for you. I'll keep the light on for you. Bye. What it do? I'm back in the building. Let's see what's happening. That last push into power hour. Yeah, because we're almost done. We're in the last 20 minutes. Okay, so it looks like, and this is the thing, this is why I really I'm not too interested in trades. I see something happened at here at 11:55 at 5 on QQQ, but it didn't even really pan out. Oh yeah, I mean it hit 100%. All right. And then let's see. So that was on QQQ. We had the 3 and the 5. So that's nice. I imagine the 3-minute had a little bit lower. Let's see. It went to 200%, but I mean same thing. 5 minutes. It hit the same level here. On the 15-minute, I was here for this. We never really recuperated and were able to go to the upside here on, we were never really able to go past 8:30. I mean, sorry, past 30% at 8:30, which is around the time that I left. 7:30. Yeah, so 7:30 we had this pop off on the 15-minute. We had a little bit of a retracement, came above here, tested, didn't quite get 50%. And this is why I always tell you guys, just don't wait for that tap. Start pulling in, start tapping out as soon as you, especially on the 50% level. And then we came back down here and we played around a little bit with the stop losses here, but it still got a good 30% target level hit there. And then just nothing on SPY. SPY gave a 5-minute, looks like it gave a 5-minute entry at the top of the hour, but did it give you the full? It did not. So SPY kind of faked you out a little bit today. And what a terrible way to end the, especially like given it how it was so bearish. It did not give you a nice entry, especially for how much of a run down it had. But yeah, so that would have stank a little bit. But yeah, let me go ahead and document this for. Oh, I just it's really important for me to protect my energy because it's like, and I know, and I keep putting myself back in these situations. 5 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna do this. But now, mind you, he could have had. I feel like he could have had an earlier entry on QQQ. I'm not really a fan of what. Oh, did this one have a 30-minute? How come we didn't have an earlier entry on QQQ? And this is the thing, like you don't want to chase too much, but the setup didn't really happen until much later in the day. And so it can feel like we missed quite a bit of a play here, but it was waiting for certain conditions to be met, and just have to trust that process. But let's see, I'm gonna put the put off here at 11:50. Little pre-market action. Mm-hmm. Bruno is quiet. Looks like they're gonna come back up into this gap here. Hmm. Structure formed. Breakdown confirmation. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT for everything. I need to call my. Let me call my auntie, and I need to remember to get off of here because I want to make a move and I need her advice. All right. You guys have a great weekend.